Greetings and welcome! We're back again, and we're doing that Hogwarts thing. We are going to jump right back to where we left off, so huddle your familiar and let's get started. Or later. Oh. Oh, where did I leave off? Alright, we got a herbology class, we got a meet up with Natty. Hecat's got some Expelliarmus, that may be worth checking out. But I think what I'm actually gonna do first I actually have to find enemies. That'll be interesting. Maybe I'll do crossed wands, then go talk to Natty. But first and foremost, what I want to do is I need to go to Hogsmeade. Because I need to sell some things. I got too much crap. Yeah, I know. Alrighty then. Yeah, we'll hop over. It's a lot of fun. You have no idea what the Oh, you can't figure out the stream title riddle? Yep. Accidental got it.
Does it get any more cozy than Hogsmeade?
Hey, Cyber, how's it going? Oh, right. There were a bunch of these little sneaky chests around here, too, weren't there? Is this place open? Is this a shop, or am I just breaking into somebody's house? I think I'm breaking into somebody's house. Ah, no fun, no fun. No, I've still got quite a bit of it, actually. I just kind of ate the bread and then munched on some other stuff.
Revelio.
Yeah, I think from what I've heard, the room kind of becomes more useful later on, kind of thing. But I'm not sure exactly how all that goes. I can't buy anything from Ollivander. This one ought to be good. That one's locked. Shop, shop, where are you, shop? Yeah, I told you those were pretty good. Alright, that one's closed at the moment. We'll pop over here. Alright, this one will hopefully be open. As I figure out how to get to it. Tastes kind of like Skittles.
Accio. Hogsmeade, here I come.
Chomping cabbages. Oof. I think the only thing I've picked up so far is like the seeds for Dittany. I haven't even made it to the room of requirements yet.
Do let me know if I can be of any assistance at all.
You can buy all of my stuff.
What can I do for you today? Very good. Never hurts to keep my stocks replenished.
Ooh, that's better than what I'm gonna. Candygram.
Peppergram? I mean, what?
Not while I'm streaming.
I'm not gonna be on stream.
Focus potion, thunder brew, invisibility potion. How do I need an invisibility potion? I have a spell for that. Oh, well, you know what? I guess that was a... No, that was a mainline quest. I don't know why you would need an invisibility potion. Maxima potion. That's... I'm gonna go ahead and purchase
A
that.
wise decision. Thank you. I hope to see you again. Farewell for now.
That one could be useful. Yeah, I think I found a bunch of like the paintings and stuff from some of the numerology doors. They have some hidden chests and whatnot in there. Have you found like the eye chests? I think from what I've seen from those, it seems like that each one of those has like 500 galleons each. So those may be a good one. I saw like 3 or 4 of them here in Hogsmeade. I just got the ability to tag them, so you may want to
Sometimes
keep
it
an eye
seems
out for
all roads
those.
lead to Hogsmeade.
Because as long as you have the this thing, yeah, fair enough. I figured they'd be a pretty good early game boost.
Revelio.
Oh.
Lumos. Revelio.
Don't have a local water yet.
Aren't willing to put in the work to learn. Busy Wisbees, if you ask me.
Make sure when you go indoors.
Revelio.
Did I walk out? Okay, so it's 2. Oh. I am lost. Alright. Oh, it's the Clippers.
Revelio.
That's got me curious.
I can always rely on my Patronus to keep me.
Does it get any more cozy than Hogsmeade?
Same quality. Wait, what? Oh, that's what I have equipped. I understand. I get it now. It takes me a second, but I'll get there eventually. Let me see. What else do we get? We got a cloak. Is that any good? Oh. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Is that it? Yeah, that appears to be it. Hey, Katani, how's it going? Let's see. You know, place for the final round of Cross Wands training. Pretty good. I am. I still can't do anything with the levels yet, but I am slowly progressing. I decided to kind of take a break and do some there were a bunch of those like eye chests and whatnot around Hogsmeade
Think no one-
earlier, and I'm trying to get the get a little bit extra gold, see if I can spot a couple of them. Whoop.
Revelio.
That's when I know I was down by the... There. Alright, I'm gonna grab that one, and then I'm gonna go meet up with Natty. Working and lurking. There you go. That's the way to do it. Alright, let's get out of here. Yeah, I definitely like it. I wish my computer was could handle the graphics a little better, but it is what it is. This is pretty, even though I'm still on the lowest settings, so that's definitely a good sign. And we're loading, and we're loading. Mm. That's fair. There do seem to be a lot of the kind of collectathon with this, but at least on the upside of this, it's not. Most of the stuff you're collecting is also giving you experience, so it's
I've always said that travel broadens
less
the mind.
of a negative than in most games. Because while it's not necessary so much, it's still useful.
Revelio.
Irondale's not half as tough as it sounds.
Leviosa.
Surprise me! What is this?
Potato.
Incendio!
Oh, it's a bit like, being
Bringo!
Leviosa.
I'm scared of heights! Potato! Enough!
Are you even trying?
Incendio!
Feel a burning sensation?
You may want to move.
Well, that did not go according to plan.
Potato.
Probably should not get into a battle if I'm completely out of potions. I hope that regens after a little bit, or this is gonna be bad.
Revelio.
Okay. Woof. I need to get better at combat. Is this the... Dang it, this is back at the castle.
What are you up to now?
No good. I swear. Solemnly, even.
Revelio.
Stay on the path. Stay on the path. Yeah.
Accio.
Yeah, I'm about... How long was my stream yesterday? 6 hours, roughly? And it's just getting warmed up. Haven't even hit the open world section yet. Or the flight.
Accio.
Honestly, I haven't even gone to more than 2 classes yet. Even though I am just kind of skipping one at the moment.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented flu powder.
Revelio.
Oh, that's gotta be something to do with flying. I'm guessing the, flying class is out here somewhere.
Revelio. This could prove dangerous if I'm not careful.
It is good to see you, my friend.
Hello, Natty. How are you? I hope you've recovered from our rather eventful trip to Hogsmeade.
I am well, but I have been worried about you, my friend. With Ranrock and Rookwood and Harlow after you?
I'm all right at the moment.
We did not speak about it at the time, but I am hoping now you might tell me why they were looking for you.
They want something that Professor Fig and I found at Gringotts.
When were you at Gringotts?
Just before we came to Hogwarts. In fact, it's why I was late to the sorting ceremony. A portkey brought us there after the dragon attacked our carriage.
What on earth?
There's one more thing. It's a bit odd, if I'm honest. Professor Fig says I have a rare connection to a powerful form of ancient magic.
Is that the magic you used fighting the trolls in Hogsmeade?
I think so. I'm still learning, but I can see traces of it, and I've cast magic I can't otherwise explain. I know that's a lot to absorb.
It is. And I will have more questions. For now, it is safe to say that Rookwood and Harlow are a threat to both of us, to all of us. Which is why I wanted to speak to you. I realized something that day in Hogsmeade. You displayed such courage fighting that troll, and Serona wasn't intimidated one bit by Rookwood and Harlow. Both of you have inspired me to take a stand of my own.
What sort of stand?
Men like Rookwood and Harlow are the reason my mother and I left Matibili land. I am not going to sit by and watch them destroy my new home.
Good. Rookwood and Harlow are a dangerous pair. And the fact that they're working with Ranrock, well...
All the more reason they must be stopped. Rumor has it that Theophilus Harlow runs Rookwood's day-to-day operations. Taking him down would cripple Rookwood's entire enterprise.
That may be true, but shouldn't Officer Singer handle someone like Harlow?
I spoke with her. She was polite, but perhaps understandably would not discuss details with a student. I overheard some of Rookwood's lot talking about a massive poaching operation that Harlow is planning. I was thinking that we could investigate a bit, try to get the evidence that Officer Singer needs.
All right, but how?
I am going to watch and listen, find out precisely what Harlow is up to. I shall reach out when I know more. In the meantime, remember, I am here if you need me.
Thank you, Natty.
Be on your guard.
I beg your pardon. How dare you threaten me?
What's going on here?
I beseech you for some assistance.
Hello, can I help you?
Oh, thank goodness. Yes, my name is Grace Pinch Smedley, of the Bath Pinch Smedleys. I was hoping someone would come along soon. I was about to defy my father's wishes and would never have forgiven myself. You see, I need to retrieve something from the bottom of the lake. Might you be the one to help me?
Diving into the lake sounds like an adventure. Tell me more.
Splendid! Precisely the response I'd hoped for.
What do you need help retrieving?
Years ago, my grandfather, who fancied himself quite the astronomer, set sail from Hogsmeade Station for what was meant to be a quick stargazing cruise with my grandmother. They never returned.
I'm so sorry. What happened to them?
We can't be sure. We only know that neither they nor their boat made it back to shore. They were presumed drowned. Father was so distraught that he forbade our family from setting foot on or in the Black Lake ever again. A treasured family astrolabe vanished with them that night. If you could dive down and retrieve it, I may be able to bring my father some peace.
What exactly is an astrolabe?
It's an astonishing ancient navigational tool, essentially a handheld model of the universe. It's mainly used for studying the stars, astronomical pursuits, but it has nearly 1,000 uses. Fascinating device. Sadly, I'd imagine it's rusted beyond repair now. Still, we'd love to have it returned to us. It would be like getting a bit of my grandparents back.
You seem to think I might have heard of the Bath Pinch Smedleys. Why would I know your family?
That's like asking why the sky is blue or grass is green. The Pinch Smedley name is synonymous with intellectual curiosity. We are known for our contributions to science and art. I'm surprised you haven't heard of us, frankly. But with all I plan to discover about the world around us, those that don't yet know the name certainly one day will.
It sounds dangerous, especially for something of mere sentimental value.
I understand. But I'd be forever grateful. Of course, you may discover much more than the astrolabe. Anything else you found would be all yours. I've cross-referenced the vessel's last alleged location against the lake's topography, depth charts, and tide schedule. My best guess is that it's just over there, about a furlong from the dock. It would be wonderful to have my grandfather's astrolabe back. I do hope you find the astrolabe. It would mean so much to our family.
It sounds as if her astrolabe is just northeast of the dock. I should dive down and see.
They must have come this way. Think!
I've no idea who it is you think I might have seen. I've been busy with my research. I do not have time to...
Victor Rookwood don't give a doxy's nip back your time. Oi! Speak of the devil. Mr. Rookwood would like a word with you.
A student? You can't be...
Enough out of you.
Leave her alone.
Stupefy!
You come to the wrong place.
Accio, really enjoyed it.
I'll watch the light go out of your eyes.
Accio, I'm not going anywhere with you.
You take this student off my dead body! Nice try!
Leviosa! Protego!
Well on next time!
Incendio!
Put me out, heads!
Get over here!
What on earth just happened? I've never been accosted in such a manner. And so close to Hogwarts.
Are you all right?
I am, thanks in no small part to your excellent defensive skills. Care to tell me why two Ashwinders were ready to dispatch me to get to you?
Ashwinders?
Victor Rookwood's thieves and extortionists, his little cronies. They seemed quite keen on you.
It's a long story, but thank you for your help.
Well, you've avoided them for the moment. Priya warned me things were getting dangerous. Best get moving on my research before they return.
You mentioned someone named Priya.
Yes, my wife. She's the one who piqued my interest in Merlin. Gave me a book when we were students at Hogwarts. Typical hard-working Hufflepuff, brilliant potioneer, has her own shop in Knockturn Alley. She's a travelling vendor. Hears what's going on in the Highlands before I do.
You're a researcher?
Nora Treadwell at your service, historian and archaeologist specialising in Merlin's work and life.
Merlin? Of the legend of King Arthur?
The very same. Merlin attended Hogwarts, you know, and I'm studying some curious fixtures he left here centuries ago.
Fixtures?
These vine-covered pillars, dozens of them, all around the area. I've taken to calling them the Trials of Merlin. I believe he created them as a diversion for his fellow Slytherins. He was terribly fond of puzzles and enigmas.
I can see why you're so interested in Merlin. I'd be keen to know more about the trials.
Well then, I'll let you in on a little secret. No one has yet managed to figure out how they work. But I believe I have just unlocked a crucial clue. I suspect that Mallowsweet is an important component in getting the trials to work.
Mallowsweet?
Versatile herb. Merlin repeatedly mentioned it in his writings. I had just arrived to test my theory when I was so rudely interrupted. You see, each swirl in Merlin's writing has a symbol in the centre. That started me thinking, what if...
The Mallowsweet is meant to be placed at the centre of the symbols.
Precisely. Would you care to do the honours? We can see what comes of our little hypothesis.
Wait.
I brought a trunk chock full of mallow sweet with me. It's just over there by my tent.
What to say? Do I have mallow sweet?
This trunk.
Yes, take plenty, even if you already have some.
I have the mallow sweet.
Lovely. Now, notice the vines on these pillars here, as well as a stone swell on the ground. Each trial has these features. Place the mallow sweet on the swell, and we'll see what happens. My word! Did you see that? The vines disappeared.
What should I do now?
This is uncharted territory. I am curious about these pyres.
Incendio.
Merlin's beard!
The flames make the pyre sink.
Merlin's beard! How beautiful! What a day! I can hardly believe it.
Revelio. I take it we can call that a success?
We can indeed. However, I now have even more questions. How does it work? I must review my notes. I may have missed something.
Are all of the trials like this one?
Oh, not precisely. Well, I think each has those telltale vines and the swirl on the ground. You should feel free to solve them as you come across them. I believe I have what I need to continue my research. My guess is that each will also require mallow sweet, which you can find in Hogsmeade should you need more. I really must be off. Such a pleasure to meet you. And do be careful out here. Now, I've got what I needed. I shall return to the safety of my notes and books.
Revelio.
So another thing to I'll do that one while I'm here, I guess. I've completed a couple of those. That's pretty cool, actually. Combat. Oh, wow. Lot to that one. Exploration. Okay. Solve Merlin trends. Increase storage. Yes. Yes, please. Before I go too deep, I should probably save, because I don't know if I can actually swim. Swimming not required, it's f***ing shallow. Oh, there we go.
This must be where the Pinch Smedley family astrolabe is.
So we're doing the Animal Crossing search version. I thought we had magic. Can't I just, like, Accio Astrolabe? Ooh, that's a cool one.
I should let Grace know that I found her family astrolabe.
Dang it. Well, that was benefit enough. I needed the Wicked Mold potions. Oh, ow, that hurt.
I trust you didn't find the dive too terribly difficult.
Hello, Grace. I followed your bearings on a dive in the Black Lake.
Oh, how incredible! Did you find the astrolabe?
I did. I hope it makes your father happy.
It will. I can't wait to see his face. Thank you so much for doing this for me, and for my family. You do well to keep an eye out for more spots to dive. A diver of your caliber is certain to find all sorts of things down there. Thank you again. And I do hope you keep diving. You certainly have a knack for finding treasure.
Mermaid mask. That's pretty cool. I actually like that look. I guess the rest were.
Revelio.
I never thought Ramrock's loyalists would go this far.
Not sure how I'd fare in a little place like this.
No, locked. So now we're just picking up side quests.
Is everything all right?
Hardly. I've just lost my business and almost my life. You'd best look elsewhere for wares. I've nothing to sell now. I never thought it'd come to this. Be on your guard. Ranrock and his loyalists will spare no one.
They attacked you?
Oh, Ranrock has no patience for goblins who won't join him. While I too would like to see goblin kind treated by wizards as equals, bloodshed is not the answer. When I said as much, they turned on me, struck me till I nearly passed out. Took my carts, my belongings, even that which is most precious to me, my paintings.
You mentioned that your paintings were taken. Are you a painter?
I am. It's my calling, though most would think it an unusual path for a goblin. Most of my family work in metal, or associated with Gringotts. I'd wager my finest brush that Ranrock's lot have no appreciation for any of my work, and it'll be tossed aside for kindling. Without my carts and my livelihood, who knows when I'll be able to paint again?
Has Ranrock's lot ever attacked you like this before?
They've been taunting and threatening me for a while now. But they've always believed that violence is the only way to get what they want. Things have taken a much darker turn of late. Ranrock is getting more powerful, and his loyalists know it. They feel untouchable. Ranrock assumed that all goblins would agree to follow him, but he was wrong. Many of us would like a diplomatic end to the discord with wizardkind.
I'm sorry this happened to you. I shall certainly keep an eye out for your carts.
That is very kind of you, but I think they took them to their camp southwest of here, just past some ruins. Too dangerous to try and retrieve them. I did enchant the carts to return to me if I ever lost them, however. Slim though the chances may be, I'm holding out hope that some of what was taken is returned to me. It was nice meeting you. I wish it had been under better circumstances.
Yeah, not heading over there right. I think I'm gonna go do the dueling.
Hello, sir. What do you sell here?
Hello, I'm Jalal Semi, and this is my potion shop. I can answer any questions you have about the town.
What do you have for sale?
What can I help you with today?
World. Maximum. Just defense.
Ah, yes, a wonderful choice. I'll have no trouble selling this. Thank you. I hope to see you again sometime.
Let's go. Some of that situation. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Dodge rolling, cast and city enemies. Let's jump to that one. Whoa. Oh, getting old sucks.
Revelio. Levioso.
Future champion coming through.
Hello, Lucan. I'd like to practice with the training dummy.
Excellent idea. This time will be a bit more of a challenge. Ready?
That'd be brilliant.
Wonderful. I'll set things up. Remember to cast all the spell combinations before the dummy lands again. If you need to stop practicing before you finish all of them, let me know.
Accio. Incendio. Levioso.
Good one!
Accio. Incendio.
Excellent form!
Accio. Incendio. Levioso. Accio. Incendio.
Nicely done! Impressive wand work. I'd hate to face you in a duel.
Thanks, Lucan. You've been a great help.
Oh, stop. Don't make me blush. Seriously, well done. Training dummies will think twice before challenging you again. Plus, you'll be even more formidable in crossed wands. Other duelists had better beware.
Hello, Lucan. Is the final round of cross wands ready?
Big match today. It all comes down to this. The moment that we find out if your training and dedication is enough to win it all. Ready for a shot at glory?
I certainly am.
Brilliant. Are you dealing with a partner?
Yes, Natty.
Then let's get started.
We can make this a real victory.
That's the spirit.
Incendio.
Don't shy away now.
Levioso. Accio.
That's all you've got? Ringo.
Protego.
Confringo.
Come on. Levioso. Incendio.
You're better than that!
Levioso. Stupefy. Accio.
Oh, dang it.
Oh, they made a crap's breakfast out of you that round. Care to try again?
Yes, I'm ready now.
Very well. Good luck out there.
Incendio.
Care to try again?
Yes, I'm ready now.
Very well. Good luck out there.
It's like it had me shooting the wrong person. It's like I'm supposed to be locked onto one, but...
Expelliarmus!
Protego! Leviosa! There goes my Incendio!
Protego!
Stupefy! Incendio!
Care to try again?
Yes, I'm ready now.
Very well. Good luck out there.
Find the one!
Leviosa! Stupefy! Accio! Protego! Stupefy!
Leviosa!
Stupefy!
Expelliarmus!
Incendio!
Come on! Protego!
Stupefy!
Descendo!
Accio! Leviosa!
Arresto momentum!
Incendio! Protego! Stupefy!
You're better than that!
Incendio! Accio!
Act like a winner!
Stupefy! Leviosa! Leviosa!
Protego!
Incendio!
Descendo!
Accio!
Perhaps one day I'll sign up for a round.
What a victory! You've won the tournament!
Only took 4 tries.
It was mostly luck, that's all.
Please, you wouldn't have got this far on luck alone.
Yeah,
Now,
you'd be surprised.
to the victor goes the prize! And so it is my great honor to present you with this simple yet elegant token of supreme dueling accomplishment.
Thank you. It's been an honor.
You earned it. You are a duelist to be reckoned with. Now that we've definitively crowned the tournament winner, I suppose I should get back to my schoolwork. Wonder how my herbology plants are doing. I haven't tended them in ages.
Lost to a new student? I didn't see that coming.
Revelio.
It's just a look, not an actual outfit. But I don't like the bob on that. Alright, so successfully avoid enemy attacks by dodge rolling. Nice. Alright, so let's go to herbology. Haven't been out that way yet. I guess we got a front coming in or something.
don't think a single...
Whoa. That's key. Doing that now.
Revelio.
The other girls and I were up all night.
Key around this. The lock around this.
I know what you mean.
Revelio.
Okay.
My older sister came here. Said she can't.
Ah! Double.
Yes. Lumos.
Oh, what's it? 11. Let's. So 13. 8. 0, 2, 4, 8. And on the bottom, 5 and 9 for 14. So 3. Got that one.
Wish our common room was bigger. While I remember, don't forget to... Rumor has it there's a...
Alright, that's... 2 doors.
But I haven't found it.
So now I know there's no point in... Oop. Grab this side quest.
I really have made a mess of things.
Incendio. Is everything all right?
Oh, hello. Thank you for asking. I'm Cressida, by the way, and I'm afraid everything's not all right. I may be in a spot of trouble with the librarian. You see, I'm fond of creating my own charms. Thought I'd perfected my light as a feather charm to use on my library books. My arms get so tired carrying them around all day. But I must have confused the Latin word for feather with bird in my incantation, because when I opened my bag just now in the library, they literally took flight.
That sounds brilliant, actually.
Thank you. Somehow I don't think the librarian will see it that way. I collect the books and remove the charm myself, except this isn't the first time one of my charms has threatened the peace of the library. Our meet told Madame Scribner they were my books flying around, so she said that if I caused her any more trouble, she'd write to my parents. Perhaps
Perhaps you could get them for me. There are only 5. She won't be suspicious of a new student looking around.
I suppose I could help, if I have the time.
Oh, I'd very much appreciate it. One of the books is my diary. I'd rather it not fall into the wrong hands. If you could collect them and bring them to me, I can remove the charm.
Goofy? Curse you, side quests!
I'm going to have to use Accio to get to those books. Got it. Only 4 more to go. Revelio. That's it. Revelio. Accio. Revelio. Lumos.
On the other side. Hey, Kiki, how's it going? Oh.
Revelio.
I'm doing good. Getting distracted constantly by side quests in this game. There's another one.
Accio.
So it's the same on this side. Flying book. Book. Bonus points if you catch that reference. That's restricted section.
Accio.
Gotcha.
That's the last book. Now to take them back to Cressida.
Yeah, this one's really a lot of fun.
Hello, Cressida. I collected your books, including your diary.
Oh, what a relief. Thank you. I'll happily take the heavy lot off your hands now.
Here you are.
Well, lesson learned. I certainly won't be practicing any charms in the library again anytime soon. Now, to work out where I went wrong. Perhaps I should start brushing up on my Latin. Thank goodness some people are trustworthy.
I'm trying to grow some aspens.
Okay, enjoy lurking.
Revelio.
That. Oh, Ditney. Lovely.
Revelio.
Bunch of stuff over there. Locked doors. Fluxweed. Whoa! That just kind of snuck up on me. Little explosion. Oh, that's not a chest.
Revelio.
There are things here that aren't nailed down. Ah, good. Now a sweet. Sweet. Box. Not grass.
Revelio.
And a bunch of locked doors. Gotcha. Class is in session.
Good morning, Professor Garlick.
How wonderful it is to see you again, Lenora dear. Oh, here. You'll need these for today's class. A little treat for your auntie. Ah, hello. Class, please welcome the newest rose in our garden. We do look forward to growing together. How thrilling it it is to have everyone back together again. This year will be filled with enchantment and excitement, but the most important thing cultivated in herbology is knowledge. The prudent herbologist is no more afraid of the venomous tentacular than the bouncing bulb. Now then, today we will be acquainting ourselves with the mellifluous tuber known as the mandrake root. Accio. Let's see if we can't make our fibrous friends a bit more comfortable, shall we? First, let's protect our ears. Now, everyone, grip their mandrake by the tendrils and give it a firm tug. Quickly! Place your mandrake in the new form and cut down the soil! The soil should envelop the root like a warm, dirty blanket, putting the mandrake right at ease. Reparo! I'm very sorry about that. Yours was a bit mature, I'm afraid. All right then, off you go. Splendid work, everyone. Now, for our next task, we'll be planting dittany at our potting tables. You can all get started. I need to have a brief word with our new student.
I wonder if hippogriffs like knotgrass.
Yes, Professor.
Firstly, well done with your mandrake. They can be rather difficult to get a grasp of.
Actually, I enjoyed it. I couldn't help but catch your enthusiasm.
How kind of you. It seems you're already taking to herbology like a mandrake to fresh soil. Now, as I mentioned, next we'll be planting dittany. Let us find you some seeds.
I already have some, Professor. Picked them up in Hogsmeade.
You visited the Magic Neep. Wonderful! A prepared student is bound to bloom. I've arranged for you to have your own potting table here in the classroom. Wasn't easy to spare one on such late notice. Plant the seeds there now, and you can return to harvest them later. Even with soil, sunlight, and a bit of magic, they will take time to grow.
Let's see how to balance my star thistle arrangement. Niffler's fancy.
Dittany's restorative properties make it a vital ingredient in the Wiggenweld potion, as you all should know from Professor Sharp's class. Well done! Once it can be harvested, your dittany will be ready to use in Wiggenweld potion. I'll let Professor Sharp tell you about that. Now, what say we branch out? Introduce you to a different sort of flora, the Chinese chomping cabbage. You'll
Those are
find
good
that
ones.
some plants are better suited to
Yeah, I
uses
found a couple of them that I like, but I'm still using the dark
Cabbages do get testy without something to chew.
the dark cloak.
Fortunately, I have a dummy for them to gnaw on.
I don't like the
Here,
hats.
dear, and let them have a good chomping.
Yes, Professor.
They're in the other greenhouse. It's just at the end of the footbridge leading out of this room. Your classmate, Mr. Pruitt, has kindly offered to accompany you. Come back and see me when you're finished. Oh, and mind your fingers. They do bite.
Hello. Saw you on your way to Hogsmeade the other day. Nice to meet you. I'm Leander. I'll be showing you the Chinese chomping cabbages. Up these stairs will take us there, but your lead. Nice work in Defense Against the Dark Arts, by the way.
Excuse me?
Your duel with Sebastian! And he's good. Thinks he's really good. But you outright slaughtered him. It was brilliant.
Oh. Well,
Coat made of dragon scales?
thank you.
That
I
sounds
nearly put
awesome.
Sebastian in his place Here we are. home of the Chinese chomping cabbage.
That'll definitely be a cool one.
Go on, grab a few of those cabbages. Just mind your fingers. I almost lost a thumb once. Don't worry. Now, see that dummy? Just toss the cabbages at it, and they'll do the rest. Look at that. They'll chomp on anything they can get their mouths on. Mum planted some in her garden last year to keep the gnomes out.
Nice.
Did save her the de-gnoming, but they left her honking daffodils in tatters. Vicious little bastards, aren't they? My kind of plants. Not like stupid booba tubers and bouncing bulbs. The kind of plants that just have your back in a fight. Not saying you can't go it alone, but, well, imagine that wasn't a dummy.
I suppose they could prove useful outside of the greenhouse. Nothing wrong with a bit of backup, even if it is from a cabbage.
It's chaos out there. Trolls in Hogsmeade and such. You can't be above throwing a cruciferous vegetable if necessary. Dogweed and deathcap has more of them, if you're keen. Other plants too. Ones your parents would plant in the garden.
10 dark wizards?
You get the idea.
Oh, nice.
Anyway, we probably ought to head back to class.
Punch some evildoers in the face, get a cool jacket.
Take your time. I'll see you back in class.
I think I've already run across a few, so I should be getting pretty close to that, actually.
Now remember, a wand is not a
I think I've got, like, need 5 more for the first one? And actually, no, worth it. A few more are.
Helpful reminder as to why we should always wear our dragon hide gloves. I shall end our lesson here. Terribly sorry, Mr. Clock.
I tended to the Chinese chomping cabbages, Professor.
Remarkable plants, aren't they? I hope they weren't too much trouble. Oh, don't see any bite marks or missing digits. And good, as you do seem to be quite green-fingered. Oh, I'm eager to see your skill in the soil continue to blossom.
Magical plants have so much to offer. I'm eager to learn more.
I'm glad. Herbology is a bounteous subject. Tend to your garden, and it will tend to you. Huh. Well, I suppose that's everything. Do come by for a chat sometime. I so enjoy checking in with my new students.
Hope those mandrakes are really relishing their new pots. Only cost me my damned hearing.
To make anything grow, we must first understand it. That goes for plants.
Potions class. Yeah, we need to do combat for... Let's see how that goes. Not bad, not bad, but I think I do actually prefer that. wee bit at the end. Oh no! You advanced.
Kindness and concern are as necessary in the greenhouse as in the Great Hall.
Revelio.
Did you forget to grab a couple of quests or something before you advanced?
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
Shouldn't there be auras or someone from the ministry guarding the school after the incident?
Revelio. Professor Black would never allow that. It would make him look completely incompetent, which he...
I saw an aura badge on Professor Black's desk. I bet he knows more than he's letting on about the Cotton Rebellion.
Excellent.
Ravenclaw's Toppet.
Revelio.
Organ and Burks. Organ and Burks is an increased amount of activity outside ordinary shop hours, particularly in the wee hours of the night, with suspicious deliveries being made to the shop's back entrance. Given what we know of the shop's reputation, we're adding more ores to join those that have already been watching the shop. You are amongst the new additions. Further instructions to follow. So wait, do we not have a potions teacher? Eh.
Potions is one of the most challenging and hazardous subjects taught at this school. As fifth years, you will be required to reach new heights of both discipline and intellect. You will begin this term by brewing a Wigan-Weld potion. Mr. Takar, can you tell us why this particular potion might come in handy?
Yes, Professor Sharp. The Wiggenweld potion can be used to sterilize and even heal a variety of injuries.
It can heal some injuries, but not all. Points for Ravenclaw. Before today's class is completed, each of you will have brewed a Wiggenweld potion of your own. You never know when you might need it. Please begin. Use a strong, even motion when crushing your ingredients. Please be meticulous when adding powder to your potions. one errant sneeze could be disastrous. I see most of you have not forgotten how to stir. Not an easy potion to brew. Well done. And from what I hear of your recent exploits in Hogsmeade, you'd also do well to practice brewing the defensive Edurus potion. Professor Weasley had you acquire the recipe from J. Pippins, correct?
Yes, sir.
Good. For the moment, you can find the ingredients you need in my office. But in the future, you'll be expected to provide your own ingredients. Some can be harvested from the plants you grow in your herbology class, and rarer ones can be purchased. Others, however, may be harder to obtain, and will require you to be a bit more resourceful. Come and see me when you've finished brewing, and we'll see if it was skill or luck the first time round.
My parents considered keeping me home from school this year after the rumors of a goblin rebellion.
Did I hear Professor Sharp say that you have permission to go into his office?
He did say that. He wants me to get more ingredients to brew another potion.
Brilliant! You, my friend, have been presented with an extraordinary opportunity. I'm Gareth, by the way. Gareth Weasley. Bit of a prodigy with potions, if I do say so myself.
Pleasure to meet you. Wait, are you related to Professor Weasley?
She's my aunt. Keeps too close an eye on me for comfort. Ugh. But she can't be everywhere. Listen, anyone with a troll-sized brain can brew an Edurus potion. I'm working on something that's certain to be spectacular. I'm just missing one tiny last ingredient that will add that extra spark.
I suspect that's where I come in.
You're as clever as I'd hoped. I simply need a single Fwooper feather. As you'll already be in Sharp's office with his permission, perhaps you could grab it for me.
I'll get you the Fwooper feather, as long as you're certain Sharp won't miss it.
I assure you he won't. Fwooper feathers aren't that valuable. Wait until you see what I'm brewing. Hurry back to me when you have the feather.
Remember, precision is key when brewing potions. Stations organized and free of clutter.
Here's the Fwooper feather you wanted.
Brilliant! Thank you! This is going to take a moment to brew. You should get back to brewing your Edurus potion, and I'll tell you when this concoction's finished.
Right. Okay.
Should you chop the Dittany or crush it? The wrong answer could result in the unfortunate loss of your eyebrows.
So hopefully in the rumor requirements they have slightly more efficient brewing stuff. And growing stuff.
And now we add the mallow sweet, and... That's odd. What's happening? Wait, it's not supposed to... Ah! Dragon Dog! What happened?
Well done, Gareth.
What now, Mr. Weasley?
Sorry, Professor.
That'll be points from Gryffindor. Again. Mr. Weasley did not do this on his own. His accomplice will answer to me as well.
I brewed an Adurus potion as you asked, Professor.
I'm surprised you had the time. You seemed rather busy helping Mr. Weasley brew chaos.
I'm sorry, Professor. I was merely trying to help a friend.
Taking responsibility for one's actions does go a long way with me. I shall assume that you've learnt a lesson. As for the work you did today at your own cauldron, I will say you've done well. I confess I was skeptical, given the advanced nature of this class and the fact you're a new student.
I'm glad I was able to meet your expectations.
A rare occurrence. And you do well to remember that you're not a potions master quite yet. In addition to having a solid grasp of how to combine various ingredients, you should gain an understanding of the ingredients themselves. Pay particular attention in herbology. The plants you nurture there are often essential to the potions you brew here. Now, I recommend that you find a safe location in which to practice brewing. You cannot leave a hot cauldron simply anywhere. That'll be all. I think each of us has had enough excitement for one day. Class is dismissed.
Ugh, my robes are going to reek from Gavin's inspiration for the rest of term.
Greetings. I understand you're quite the enterprising young Ravenclaw. Professor Fig tells me you found a long-lost book for him. I'd like to talk to you about it.
You know? We can
Handy
collect
resource
that
indeed,
first.
your field guide.
Nice. You know, I need to do some dodge rolling, so let me do the goblin. Here. First, though, we're doing that one. Bigger inventory. Trials come first.
Wonder who lives here. This looks intriguing. Oh, here's a pleasant surprise.
Accio!
That's that. Settled.
Oh, that must be the cloak exit I was talking about. Bear with me 1 second. I need to check on something real quick. I will be back in just a moment. All right, we're back. Right, that's what we're doing. Go forth and do the thing.
Revelio.
There's something to do with this place. We've got page and treasure.
Revelio.
Is there a downstairs area? Oh. Okay.
I should investigate.
I will get back to that.
It's like a place right out of a storybook. After what Ranrock did to that goblin banker at Gringotts, I shouldn't be surprised at what happened to Arn. Revelio. Accio. Revelio.
That's a Merlin.
Could it be a Merlin trial? Levioso. Accio. Accio. This could prove dangerous if I'm not careful.
Does that not work?
Revelio. Accio. Merlin himself would be proud.
Nice.
Accio. Revelio. Yes.
Excellent.
Levioso. Accio. Levioso. Potato. Stupid one. Accio. An encampment. This must be it.
The wizards will be defeated.
Looks as if there's more than one way to enter. Accio. Potato.
I won't rest until you're dead. Over here!
Levioso. How many of you are there? Fancy.
I will make you pay.
Protego! Levioso! Accio! Incendio!
I've been fighting since
Levioso! Accio! Incendio!
I should have been your death. Up for a bit of dying, are we?
Accio!
What is it? Sword. Pity. Stop, right?
Levioso!
I won't rest.
Levioso!
Losing your stride.
Accio! Incendio!
You are terribly outmatched. Surely you can see that. That's embarrassing.
Incendio!
If only Ranrock were here to believe it.
Accio!
You don't believe you can see me, do you?
Levioso!
I'll get you for this!
Accio! Incendio! Accio! Incendio! That was quite something. Now, free arms cards. Accio! I know what that means. Merlin trial. Revelio.
Accordion by the door? I don't know. Huh. That's probably got something to do with the Merlin trial.
Quite an enchantment. The carts are returning to Arn. Levioso! Accio!
I may have to come back here later.
Levioso! Accio! Levioso!
That's a thing I didn't know I could do. I have no idea what to do for that.
Revelio. Reparo. Accio.
Alright, officially lost. We'll come back to this one later. Let's go turn in that, that quest real quick.
Not sure how I'd fare in a little place like this.
If you're here for my wares, I'm afraid...
On, I have good news. Your carts are on their way back.
I don't know what to say. Any hope I have of getting my belongings back was quickly fading. Ramrock's lot called me a fool for believing in the good in wizard kind. Thank you for proving them wrong.
I managed to free your carts fairly easily.
Oh, I'm glad you're all right. Oh, I can't wait to have my things back, especially my paints. You know, you've inspired me. I've been dealing with witches and wizards for years, and we've always got along just fine. Perhaps my next piece will be a tribute to all that is good between us.
What a nice idea, Ron. I wish you luck with it.
Oh, I can't wait to get started. Thank you again for all you've done. All the best to you. Once my carts arrive, I'd be happy to show you my wares.
But I'm not using it anyway, and that's much better. I think that would be one of T's ones. Uh-oh. That's not good.
Hello, Mr. Semi.
What can I do for you?
What do you have for sale?
What can I help you with today? I hope to see you again sometime.
I hope it doesn't hit her all that hard.
Protego!
Okay, I'm trying to get a spelling artist first. Yeah, that's the real trick. Does she still have the option of like the online school thing, or did they I don't know if they stopped doing it out there. Yeah, and that's pretty much
You
a
can't
instant round of
imagine how
tests for everybody
inconvenient
kind of
travel
thing.
was before I invented flu powder.
Oh wow. So, you know, we hit that particular pot of gold.
I hope you were able to take care of everything I had asked you to do.
Professor, I completed all of your most recent assignments.
Well done. Then you're ready to learn Expelliarmus. Pay close attention. The disarming charm may often be all you need to defeat the most powerful dark witches and wizards you might encounter. Spellcasting requires a focused mind and a steady wand. Good work. The dummy is here if you wish to stay and practice.
Expelliarmus!
You seem to have the right end of the stick, but keep practicing. Expelliarmus may save your life one day. Still at it, I see.
Expansion force? What? Disarmament. It disarms the, Oh. Expelliarmus. Expel arms.
Here I come.
Remove, weapons. Effectively.
Good of you to come. My friend, Professor Fig, speaks highly of you, and your resourcefulness. He was vague as to details, but mentioned your having tracked down a difficult-to-find book. I wondered if you'd be willing to do a little detective work on my behalf.
Of course, Mr. Ollivander. Sounds most up my street.
Wonderful. You see, about a century ago, an heirloom applewood wand with a fairy wing core went missing from this very shop. My great-aunt suspected a student named Richard Jackdaw. He'd been serving as an assistant here and suddenly vanished.
Richard Jackdaw?
Like the bird. In fact, he was known to frequent the Hogwarts Owlery. We searched there, of course, but found no wand. We did find a series of statues similar to Jackdaw's. I'm certain they're a clue, but I cannot figure out where they lead. Jackdaw was last heard tittering about some pages with a map he'd stolen from Peeves. As you can imagine, The poltergeist was less than helpful.
Surely you could continue searching the owlery.
One would think. However, the headmaster does not take kindly to an old wand-maker loitering about the place. Can't say I blame him. Also, I have perhaps been looking for too long. I feel a fresh set of eyes, and a bright mind like yours is sure to solve this riddle.
Is there anything special about the wand?
Oh yes, it's terribly special. But not in the way you might think. It won't grant special powers to the caster, no. Nothing like that. But it will ease the hearts and minds of the Ollivanders to know of its return. And that power is immeasurable.
Why would the thief have taken the wand?
I must admit I have no idea. From what I can gather, he fancied himself an adventurer of sorts. Always looking for trouble. In fact, after he went missing, rumor had it his ghost was seen in Hogsmeade. Never heard much about him after that, but it seems as if his adventurous spirit may have got the better of him. Perhaps he thought that the wand had some special power simply because of its esteemed lineage. Astonishing how misunderstood the art of wand-making is.
I'll have a look for you. You've certainly given me plenty to go on.
Ah, you've brought hope to this old wand-maker's heart. Professor Fig was right. You are a remarkable student.
Oh, Nintendo Direct's going on? Let me know if they announce anything interesting. I don't know what they've what's kind of on the docket for coming up soon. But... Oh, that's the hour.
Revelio.
Oh, Pikmin 4? I wonder if they're able to put the old Pikmin back on the Switch shop or something. I'd actually like to play that.
The statues Mr. Ollivander mentioned must be upstairs amongst the owls. Don't mind me, owls. I'm just here to help a friend. Now, where are those statues? I recognize those handles. Empty perches. Could be the right size for jackdaws. Or statues of jackdaws. Accio! No statues here. I'd best keep looking. I'll take that, thank you. Nothing. Here's a welcome surprise.
Revelio. Revelio.
Birds aren't afraid of heights. Perhaps I should look a bit higher.
Accio.
This'll do nicely. No statues here. I'll take that, thank you. I'd best keep looking. Nothing. No statues here.
Accio.
Here's a welcome surprise.
Levioso. Accio.
I'd best keep looking. Nothing.
Accio.
No statues here.
Oh.
What's happening?
Could it be? Has someone solved my puzzle after all these years? Well done indeed. Good news. If you've got something to hide, you found the perfect spot. Richard Jackdaw, at your service.
The Richard Jackdaw. So Mr. Ollivander was right. He wants his family wand back.
Goodness, I'd forgotten about that wand. I assure you I don't have it on me. I'm almost certain I dropped it the moment I was beheaded in that cave. Oh, it was sheer folly to follow that map.
What map?
Ridiculous, really. Found it on some yellowed old pages Peeves had pilfered. Thought I could impress a girl. But that's a story for another day.
So, you stole a wand and then followed a map on some pages that you took from Peeves and followed that map to your doom.
Odd to hear it all reduced to such absurdity, but yes. Why do you care about some old wand?
I don't really. Ollivander does. It's the pages I'm after. Might they be with the wand in the cave?
Indeed. Say, here's an idea. Why don't you meet me at the edge of the Forbidden Forest? I'd be happy to show you where to find them.
I think I can guess how you died, but who did it to you?
I was having a look about when I suddenly sensed a refreshing breeze, after which I felt, well, lightheaded. That's all I remember. Hence, if you do visit the cave, be prepared. I can't tell you what for specifically, but you seem a perceptive sort. Beware a light breeze.
Why would you steal Mr. Ollivander's family wand?
The family were always going on about how special it was, so I took it. Who could resist? Sadly, it wasn't special enough to save my neck. I fully intended to return it once I learned it was only special for sentimental reasons, but as you can see, I never got the chance.
How is it possible to steal from Peeves, a poltergeist?
I didn't steal the pages from his ghostly form. I merely found them in his wake of destruction. He's got a penchant for wrecking things. Books, bottles, suits of armor, whatever's likely to cause the most chaos. I doubt he even noticed they were gone.
If that's the only way for me to get those pages, I'll meet you there.
If you don't mind the sight of my decapitated skeleton, the wand and the pages are yours for the taking.
A map. It doesn't appear to be connected to the missing pages. Best hang on to it for now.
Wait, what? Oh, 2 different ways to learn Expelliarmus, I see. Interesting. Oh yeah, well, Peeves is a poltergeist. This is actually a ghost. This is kind of the same as, if you watch the movies, Sir Nicholas and whatnot. Is, you know, closer. Yeah, Poltergeist is just like almost seems like a spirit of chaos. Not entirely sure if he was ever actually alive or what, but, you know. I don't know how Poltergeist work in this verse. Oop, another one.
Oh, here's a pleasant surprise. Accio! Not so tricky after all, Merlin.
It has actually been a while since I saved, so let me do that quick. Oh, and I hit 15, so I can move. Acceptable. Yeah, you know, only about 2 hours worth of gameplay, I think. Damn it! I did have a food. Oh well, it's a good thing I didn't take it. I would have missed out on the Merlin.
Levioso!
Oh! That thing did not give any kind of a shit.
Here I am, as good as my word.
We meet again, Richard Jackdaw.
I suppose I shouldn't be surprised to see you. Only a ravenclaw would travel this far in pursuit of knowledge.
Well said. Now where do we go from here?
Follow me. I shall lead you as far as I can, but I fear I may remain a tad reluctant to revisit the scene of my demise. Keep your eyes open for a bird bath. When you find it, say intramuros. I think it's Latin. Or Greek. As you can imagine, I never paid much attention in school. Shall we?
Aside from the bird bath, anything else I should look for?
Indeed. A few landmarks, a stone bridge, a waterfall, and, if I recall, a lake. You'll see.
You've been very helpful. Thank you.
Surprising how much of this is, rather unfortunately, coming back to me. Yes. You know, the closer we get, the more I'm remembering. Probably best I leave you to it. Simply stick to the path and keep a sharp eye out for that bird bath. Adieu. Is that Latin? Or Greek?
The
Nothing to do
Forbidden
now, but
Forest,
keep going.
which is forbidden to you.
It's been ages since I found anything worth poaching near Cragcroft.
The waterfall. For a thief, Jackdaw's surprisingly as good as his word. Something oddly solemn about this place. Such regal creatures, stags. There it is, just as Jackdaw described.
Incendio! Revelio.
Grab a few of these while I'm here.
Intramuros.
Aren't you a little far from home?
Ranrock knew you'd eventually lead us to whatever it is you're hiding. Attack!
Handy resources.
Expelliarmus.
Guide. Included.
Levioso. Protego.
I shall avenge your death. That was physical.
Levioso.
I didn't quite finish.
Expelliarmus.
But an unfortunate end for you.
Accio. Expelliarmus.
I will make you.
No risk those loyalists will report back to Ranrock now. Let's see where Jackdaw has led me.
Oh, down to one. Wiggenweld. Not a fan of that. Ooh.
I wonder how big this place is.
Oh, joy. Spiders. Of course it's fucking spiders.
These rooms must have something to do with opening this door.
That looks like fire to me.
Incendio! I can shoot the symbol, but it doesn't stay lit for long. I need to light all three before they time out on me. Impressive. That must be where all this leads. Someone didn't want casual visitors down here. Revelio. I wonder if any of my spells will help me through this. Levioso. Repair. Potato. Stupefy. Reparo. Stupefy. Accio. Incendio. Levioso. Accio. Incendio. Revelio. Incendio. I'm not gonna touch those. Ugh. Potato! Stupefy! Levioso! Stupefy! Accio! Stupefy! Incendio! Stupefy! Levioso! Potato! Levioso! Accio. Incendio.
Alright, getting a little better at the dueling. If only just a little. Whimsical nightcap. Oh, Game Boy game's coming to Switch. Nice. Did they say what games they were bringing over? Or?
Revelio. Accio.
Fair enough. Wait. Combat. 5 Dug Bogs. Wizards, 30 goblins. Spider Slayer armor. Your trade recipe. Complete code dueling feats. Interesting button. Metroid Prime Remaster. That's pretty cool.
I wonder if I can move that platform somehow. Accio! Levioso! Potato! Stupefy! Accio! That's odd. I'd have thought Jackdaw would have been interested in this loot, but there's no sign of him. Accio! Revelio. Not a headless skeleton in sight. But I may as well help myself to this. Accio. Revelio. Levioso. Protego. Stupefy. Accio. Stupefy. Levioso. Another puzzle. Well, if Jackdaw could solve this, so can I. Incendio. Accio. Remarkable. Revelio.
Fine, be that way.
Revelio. I'm glad Richard Jackdaw left a little something behind for me, but where could he be? It's a good thing Jackdaw didn't fall down there. Accio! That's odd. I'd have thought Jackdaw would have been interested in this loot, but there's no sign of him. Accio! Incendio! Not a headless skeleton in sight. But I may as well help myself to this. Incendio! Levioso! Stupefy! Accio! Incendio! An untouched chest. Jackdaw wasn't very thorough in his search of this cave. Incendio! Accio! Levioso! Accio! Incendio! Protego! Levioso! Incendio! Accio! I'm glad Richard Jackdaw left a little something behind for me, but where could he be? Not a headless skeleton in sight. But I may as well help myself to this. Accio! Revelio. Accio. That's odd. I'd have thought Jackdaw would have been interested in this loot, but there's no sign of him. Accio! I'm glad Richard Jackdaw left a little something behind for me, but where could he be? Whoa. Whoa. Ah. There it is. The bridge, it's almost complete. More spiders. These can't be what the head of Richard Jackdaw. Levioso. Protego. Stupid one. Incendio. Stupid one. Accio. Levioso. Incendio. Protego. Stupid one. Levioso. Accio. Incendio. Levioso.
Oh, crap baskets.
Incendio. Levioso. Incendio. Levioso. Accio. Incendio. Stupefy. Accio. Incendio. Levioso. Incendio. Farewell, monster. I can only imagine how the spiders have multiplied since Jackdaw came this way.
Collect all of the spider fangs because I do not want to come back here. One, two, plus 3.
I need to look around for the symbol. An untouched chest. Jackdaw wasn't very thorough in his search of this cave. Must be getting closer to Jackdaw's room. Those pages. Revelio. There's Jackdaw looking dead as ever. What happened here? Might it happen again? Here it is. The map that brought your doom, Jackdaw. Is there something beyond this room? Expelliarmus! Accio! Expelliarmus! Levioso! Expelliarmus! Expelliarmus! Levioso!
You're a tall one. How about no?
Expelliarmus! Levioso! Accio! Expelliarmus! What? That's unnerving. What's happening? I've seen this before. In Gringotts and the restricted section. Where am I? Revelio. Oh no, the room's starting to flood. How am I being protected? What sort of magic is this? I can only hope this magic protects me until I'm able to make my way out of here. What is this place?
Is this like a giant pensive?
Can it be?
It's you.
Has someone finally found our map chamber?
I recognize you from the Pensives. You're Professor Rackham.
I am indeed. I must confess that I am surprised to see someone so young standing before me.
I'm the same age that you and Isadora Morganach were when you started at Hogwarts.
You've paid attention, and might I presume you share our ability?
To see traces of ancient magic? Yes, sir, I do.
As you have likely realized by now, our ability gives us a unique relationship with all forms of magic. We can access expressions of magic that few others can. Opportunities will arise that allow you to sharpen this rare talent. Do not squander them.
I won't, Professor. Thank you.
We have much to discuss. But first, a map found in a certain book led you here. Place the book on the pedestal.
I don't have the book with me, sir.
That is unfortunate. I'm afraid we must pause our conversation until you
Hogwarts, they do
return
that.
with the book.
I'm a bit confused, sir. Why is this room called the map chamber?
I assure you that all will be clear once the book has been placed on the pedestal.
The statues and carvings in the house on the cliffside, those are of you. Are you a seer?
I am.
Did you know that I would be here?
I cannot say more at present, except to say that your presence here does not entirely surprise me.
Very well. I'll retrieve the book right away.
Good. We shall speak again once the book is in place.
Unlocked touts. Oh, yes. Absolutely that. A shiny Umbreon? What color is the shiny Umbreon? I'm not sure, actually. That's kind of escaping me at the moment. Well, I mean, a spell name might work if you want to just go with, like, Nox. It's it turns off the light spell. Just NOX.
I found the pages and the map chamber.
Oh
Why would I
no.
need the book?
She alright?
How nice to see you, my young friend.
Revelio.
Well, that's good at least. But yeah, no, that sucks.
I'm back at Hogwarts. I wonder when Professor Fig will be back. I did promise him I wouldn't neglect my studies while he was away. Suppose I have enough to distract myself with till he returns with the book.
Revelio.
You need to learn Depulso, the banishing charm. Useful for pushing objects or adversaries away. Complete the required tasks and meet me in my classroom.
I need to learn Alohomora. Oh, but did you hear what I said, Blazer, about Nox? Yay! Acquire and use a focus potion. Acquire Maxima and Endurance potions and use them simultaneously. Oh, really? For Depulso, or? Oh, you spell Nox just N-O-X. I have the recipe for it, and I think I have it in Idurus. Oh, Alohomora. Right. N-O-X. Nox. Flying glass.
Revelio.
Yeah, backtracking in this game is gonna be nuts. It's like all of Hogsmeade, all of the castle.
Brilliant.
I've already found several little places outside, just around.
Revelio.
What is that?
Revelio. Incendio. Revelio.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented flu powder.
Yes, yes, yes. You're so very important.
Everybody grab a broom, and we shall get started.
Yeah, I did about 5, and this is
Mr. Clopton, your attention,
I've had another 5
please.
actually.
Sorry,
Or
Madam Kagawa.
7,
Everyone,
I think 7 or 8 total
please
now.
welcome a new student to our flying class.
Hello.
The goal of today is to remind all of you how to maneuver on a broomstick safely, as broom flight is, first and foremost, a means of transportation. This, I fear, some of you have forgotten. Diving, rolling, and loop-the-loops will not be taught or in fact tolerated in this class. We'll leave that to professional Quidditch players, like the Toyohashi Tengu. Not a fan, I take it? Now, let's see how well everyone kept up with their practice over the summer holidays. For those who need a refresher, step up to your broom, say up firmly and clearly, then kick your leg over and
Everett?
rest your weight on the seat.
Hmm.
Up!
Thank you.
Now, your turn.
Up!
Up!
Up, you stupid ratty school broom!
Up.
One leg over, so there's a leg on each side. None of that side saddle nonsense. A gust of wind will throw you right off. And if you hear my whistle while you're in flight, ground yourself.
Oh,
at
I'm in Ravenclaw too, actually. Everett. I'm trying to think of is Everett the Slytherin guy?
Good. Now, for your first lesson, fly through each ring in the courtyard. Do take care.
This'll take some getting used
The brooms
to.
are school property. I want them returned in one piece.
Wish I had my own broom.
Nice balance.
Or is he the one who threw the dung bomb?
Excellent. Well done. Now that you're acclimatized to your broom, Let's
Ah,
see whether
right,
you
right,
manage
right,
with a
right.
more advanced
I haven't
exercise,
had
shall
much
we?
interaction with him yet. I should probably head back to the common room. Actually, I haven't been there in a bit.
This next set of rings will take you around the grounds for more of a challenge.
What a view!
Hello! Nice day for a flight!
Aha! Brilliant!
Ah, the old boathouse. Wish you could have experienced crossing the lake as a first year. Whoa! Our aquatic resident likes to make an appearance once in a while.
That wasn't too bad.
Oh, well done! Have a moment? I say, I watched
Oh,
you
him.
fly through those rings.
Right.
You seem to handle yourself on that dusty school broom well enough. I'd imagine you're ready for something a bit more challenging. But I'm getting ahead of myself. We met in the common room. I'm Everett Clopton. So, care to join me for a bit of high-flying fun?
Can't say no to that. What did you have in mind?
A bit of a detour, so to speak. Follow me. The tour is about to begin. Follow closely now. Right now, we're flying over the Transfiguration Courtyard. Lovely as... Let's hope the headmaster isn't having tea by the window today. Nice to get above it all, isn't it? Ahead of the gardens, the Hufflepuff common room windows just peek out. Bit claustrophobic for my taste.
How is Everett flying so quickly?
Here's something handy to know. Lean forward for a burst of speed. Helpful if you need to escape a tricky situation. There's the famous
Now
bridge.
that's more like
Think
it.
of all the... You sure you're not part hippogriff? And Meowlery. That's a bit of solid architecture, isn't it?
Flying tips and a jaunt around Hogwarts. This is quite the tour, Everett.
That's Kagawa's whistle. This concludes our tour. Let's hurry back. Better hurry and hand in our brooms. Dismount here.
And where have you two been?
Oh, hello, Professor. We were trying to get a bit of extra practice in.
Hefty points will be taken from each of you for not following my instructions. Mr. Clopton, I am disappointed in you. You're in this class because you're still not showing yourself, or frankly, your broom, the proper respect.
But, Professor...
Enough. Class is finished for the day. As for you, you do well to use better judgment in the future. Chin up. That was some rather good flying.
Sorry about that business with Kagawa, but you have to admit, those views were worth it.
It was worth losing a few house points for that detour.
You seem at home on a broom. Bet if you had a fancy model, you could fly laps around Imelda. She's Kagawa's favorite. I could show her a thing or two if I had my own broom. Hate having to return the school broom after class.
Perhaps I have to purchase a broom then?
If you can, you should. Wish I could. I recommend visiting Albie Weeks at Spintwitches in Hogsmeade. He's always looking to test new models. I'll keep an eye out for you in the sky. If I could afford the new Bright Spark broom at Spintwitches, I'd be on it now.
I need a focus potion. I have an Edurus potion, and I need a Maxima potion, so I think popping over to Hogsmeade is probably a good idea. There appear to be a couple quests here, too. Conjuration Spellcraft. So we'll pop in here. Get the potion stuff I need, and see if I can buy a broom. About 5,000 gallium. And then I may have to... I'll grab these side quests, and then I might have to end it here shortly. Get a pen and paper here in a little bit, and I need to eat. Yeah, we can talk for a little bit.
Sometimes it seems
just give me a few minutes.
Corridor as soon as you can. I have an idea for somewhere you can focus on your studies, away from prying eyes and distractions.
Come on in. Healing potions are a speciality here, should you need any. What can I do for you today?
Damn. Visibility, Thunder Brew, focus.
A wise decision. Thank you.
What can we get for Thunder Brew? No. Idris, I have that already. Duckbog Tongue I have. What I have? Invisibility. Reach. Maxima. So the main thing I need is Duckbog Tongue.
A wise decision. Thank you.
I think I need Maxima too, don't I? I've got plenty of spider fangs. There's Thunderbird. Invis, Ladybird. Icarus. Oh, yeah. Interesting. Interesting. So I should be getting pretty close to the room of requirements, it seems.
I hope to see you again. Farewell for now.
Let me pick up his side quest.
Hello, Mr. Pippin. You need help with a delivery?
Yes, I do. A capable student such as yourself should have no trouble making the trip to Cambridge. It's just south of Hogwarts.
What do you need delivered?
Fatima Lawang ordered a few invisibility potions. I used to go myself, but lately Fatima has taken to turning every visit into an argument.
My cabbages!
Constantly complaining about the quality of my stock.
But
How can I maintain
that he
excellence
wished he
when
had
you're so
those
often
cabbages.
giving me no time to brew. If you take this rather irritating task off my hands, I'd happily allow you to claim the delivery fee from Fatima.
I'd be happy to help with the delivery.
You've no idea how grateful I am, truly. Here are the invisibility potions she requested. Hopefully she won't give you too much trouble. She's a talented potioneer in her own right. I dare say I wouldn't mind having a look at her potion recipes one day.
Revelio.
Alright, 2 stops in town. Alright, have a good night.
Revelio.
Ah, new face. Wonderful.
Hello, Mr. Weeks, is it?
Albie Weeks at your service. Welcome to Spintwitches. Apologies if you came by before and weren't able to come in. Shop's been closed since trade routes were disrupted. Had to travel as far as London to meet with my supplier. And I've only just returned, thankfully with inventory. I presume you're in the market for a new broom? Got a few rare yew-weavers available. Ember Dash, Silver Arrows. Wind-wisps too. No matter what broom you choose, you'll be pleased. They're all exceptional, both in quality and performance.
You said disrupted trade routes caused you to close Spintwitches?
Terrible it's been. Trade routes reported as unusable. Evidently criminals are overtaking roads, threatening hamlets. I can fly safely almost anywhere, but you try flying with an inventory of brooms on your back. No easy feat. Right then, back to work. If a particular broom takes your fancy, just let me know.
Do you mind sharing more about your brooms?
I've a passion for them. Every detail of every model. Take Wind-wisps, well known for their quality ash handles. Yew-weavers are rare because some fear flying them, likely to do with the yew-wand's darker reputation. Then you have the Ember Dash, known for its handsome appearance. Working with brooms every day makes me practically giddy. It's one of many reasons I cherish running this shop.
Sounds quite the array of brooms. I'll have a look around. Thank you.
What are we looking for today? That item is of the highest quality. That item is of the highest quality. You'll be thrilled with that broom, I promise you. Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you again. Whilst nearly any broom will certainly be a step up from the practice brooms in Kagawa's class, they all have their limitations. You seem to be a flyer who might be interested in, say, some enhancements?
Go on.
Ha! Knew I was right about you. I think you'll be quite happy with the performance of any broom at lower altitudes. But you may notice that speed consistency tends to falter as you rise. I believe I can remedy this issue. I have some ideas for enchantments, upgrades, if you will, that will improve the performance of any broom you fly. What I need is someone to conduct a broom flight and report back to me so I can perfect the upgrades. As it happens, another Hogwarts student, Imelda Reyes, is using abandoned broom courses for time trials. Clever girl. An ideal situation for collecting flight statistics. If you were to compete for the best time and succeed, then report back to me with how your broom behaved, I could complete work on my first upgrade. What say?
Sounds as if you took Kagawa's class.
I did, but my focus on the technical elements of brooms rather than the art of flying drove her mad. She thinks it fitting I run Spintwitches now. I don't reckon either of us ever pictured me batting away bludgers for the Cannons or Puddlemere United. And I find a certain satisfaction in winning over the naysayers who think I may be too young to run this shop. With your help, I can continue proving myself the most knowledgeable purveyor of wizarding sporting goods around.
That sounds intriguing. I'll see what I can do.
Thank you. It'll be worth your while. If I'm right, the new upgrade ought to enhance brooms in every regard. And I can give you a special price. The time trial should be a bit of fun too. Go to the Quidditch pitch and Imelda Reyes will sort you out. Once you've beaten Imelda's time, be sure to let me know.
Alright, I think I'm actually gonna go ahead and call it here. I should be back some tomorrow. I may have to split it up because, you know, work, as it were, but we'll see about that. So until next time, y'all have a good one, and stay safe out there.